Check. There we go. Now it's test 1, 2, test.
Did you move the Zoom over to?
Yeah, it actually recognized.
This meeting is a hybrid meeting, which means that some or all of the public body is meeting remotely, and some of the meeting physically in the previously noticed location where the public body may attend, observe, listen, and participate contemporaneously. One member of the public body or other staff members present at the location ensure the public can participate if desired. Please note that while we strive to provide means for those attending remotely to participate in the public comment period, there may be technical difficulties or reasons that otherwise prevent or interrupt remote public participation. Therefore, it's important to note the open meeting law only ensures the public's right to participate and comment at a public meeting by attending at the designated physical location as posted in the notice and agenda. If a member of the public or the public body has difficulties assessing the meeting remotely, please alert us. So we will go from there. Okay. Up first is a pledge of allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us this evening?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have no business before us as the local liquor control board this evening. Order of agenda. Is there anything that anyone would like to discuss there? Okay, that will bring us to public comment. Is there anyone in the room? We'll start in the room. Does anyone like to make public comments? Okay, and we'll go to Zoom. Kim, is there anyone on Zoom that wants to make public comments?
No hands up at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any select board comments or announcements? Yep, go ahead. Please, as you know, state your name, town, and residence in 5 minutes, please, with no personal attacks.
Hi, my name is Heidi Duto from White River Junction. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to praise Joe Magers on his session last night. That was very, very good. Thank you for allowing everyone to embark on your venture. I hope it is successful in our town. We really need to have some homes in this town that are affordable. I've been preaching this for a long time. We don't need luxury loft apartments in downtown White River. We need affordable housing. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I enjoyed it. Last week, I came to you and I presented to you some information that you requested of me on Simon Dennis. And it involved him in placing his structures within our town of Hartford. And tonight I noticed on the manifest that there is charges in the cleanup of encampments that were previously also having his structures included in them. My question to the board at this time is, how much more money is the town going to allow that the town and the citizens of this town are going to have to encumber due to the fact that Mr. Simon is going to continue doing this, placing his structures? How much more are we going to allow this man to do? How much more money are we going to take on?
Yeah, Heidi. So I think something to just that, as I'm learning also about affordable housing and then how that trickles down to homelessness is that what I don't necessarily see as I can see how you would think okay, Simon maybe helped to put those structures there and then therefore is somehow, culpable for that cleanup cost. But I think, the reason that those structures maybe would be put there in the first place is because, from my understanding, folks that were living in them didn't have another option. So while I'm not making a judgment call on if I think that Simon did the right thing or not, I think the issue that we should be looking at is that we have folks who had to resort to that in the first place. So I guess what I don't feel necessarily confident in saying is like Simon was the reason for those cleanup costs. Like, I don't think that we can make that assumption, because I think the reality of where we are, unfortunately, as a town, which I know we've all kind of been struggling with and trying to find solutions that work for everybody, is that I think folks would be camping regardless, unfortunately, with or without Simon's involvement. So I think what we need to look at is, again, thinking about this kind of from a broader perspective, and how are we going to make sure that nobody needs to be put in a position to be camping? Because I think, like with or without Simon's involvement, unfortunately, I do think some folks would be camping. And so I'm interested in us, again, continuing to think around those solutions. And I know that you come to our emergency shelter meetings frequently. And so, if you want to be engaged in those conversations as you're attending our meetings to find some of those solutions. But again, I don't know that we can say that like there's one person who is responsible, for the fact that we have these cleanup costs. I think unfortunately we would have had those either way, if that makes sense.
Question would be the town manager. Do you know, Tracy, exactly why it is that the town accepted the responsibility for the cleanup of the Prospect Street and the cleanup of the encampment that was in the town parking lot? Why was it that we took that burden on, accepted that cost?
Well, it happened right when I came in, and nobody had dealt with it for quite some time. And so it was really a health hazard at that point. There was trash that had been broken open, various pieces of human waste, things like that. Some of it was on railroad runs, some of it was over the line, possibly. We were out there with things, and we just needed to clean it up before it got hotter and it got more dangerous to have used needles, human feces, trash, and all of those sort of things out there. At that point, it just needed to be remedied and picked up rather than continuing to let it fester as it had been when I arrived.
Did we make any attempt to obtain remedy for the cost of it from either the landowners or from any other individual? Did we try to recoup that cost?
We did. But in the end, it was really about getting it cleaned up for me and not having it just languish while we continued to have a back and forth with other outside parties. I thought that it was gross.
So the question is with any encampment that is placed within the town of Hartford, are we going to be saddled with that cost, I guess? And that's the point that I think that Ms. Dudo is trying to make, is that at what point does the town have that responsibility taken from it to clean up, for lack of a better term, something that's left behind by other people? I'm just not sure how much, and as she's asked, what is our responsibility there, I guess?
Well, I mean, now that we are a little bit more cohesive in our response with all of the different individuals, and I have regular meetings with all the department heads, if we're looking at issues on private property or non-town owned property. So let's think about that, both individuals and other public agencies. We're able to let those people know that they possibly do have an issue on their land and they can take care of that themselves. When it comes to town of Hartford land, I'm a big believer in just keeping it neat and tidy. If we wanted to leave it, that would be something that I think would come from the 7 of you in terms of not cleaning things up.
And one final follow-up. Do we have any, do we have any responsibility for encampments that are placed with the best of intention by members of committees, if they're placed in areas that are, I guess, they're not supposed to be? Do we have any? If a person is attached to a committee, is involved with placing a structure, does that have any culpability to the town? Are we in any way connected to that for responsibility?
Let's back that up and kind of look at that from a bigger picture. Each one of the 7 of you live your private lives, and you are responsible for the actions in your own private life. to put out a really terrible example, one of you could be arrested for drunk driving tomorrow night. And that would be you as an individual, and you would face the same process as any other individual. You wouldn't necessarily be acting as a council member. Now, if you came in here and you tossed the room in the middle of a council meeting and you were acting in that capacity, that's a whole different thing that would have another pronged approach in your role as a professional. We all live private lives, and we're all able to have those private lives. So in terms of that, there is a fine line of when someone who is elected or appointed in a public office is working as a member in that role, or if they're working in their own private life.
Thank you.
And just,
Just
oh,
go
sorry.
down to Ally.
I guess the thing that I've been struggling with a little bit, and I this hypothetical, and we don't, is if, say, we were to go after a person, the thing that I worry about is the cost of suing that person, lawyers' fee. Would that be more than the actual recoup that we would get? And then what's the recourse then? I don't know that answer. I just don't know the process of this. And I think if we are to look at this and find out, or to say that a particular individual is responsible, and to prove that that individual is responsible for that, I think that is something as well. Now, so there are a lot of questions. I don't know the answers, full disclosure. But the thing that I worry about is, would the monetary value that we would have to put forth, would that be more than going after an individual or not? I don't know that.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, to piggyback off of that for a second, I think that's sort of what I was getting at in my comment too, is I don't know that, I don't know how worthy of a pursuit it is. And I don't know, at least for me, if I can make that, again, like direct line to say a particular individual is responsible, because I think this is a broader issue that has a lot of complex factors. And then I think to just the point, Lanny, about that I know has come up before around, if someone is serving on a town committee, but then to Tracy's point, what they do in, outside of that committee's time, I would be concerned if, for instance, this person was swaying the operations of the committee in such a way that, would be asking us as a body of the emergency shelter committee to take part in something that, we shouldn't be taking part in. But as it stands, right, we stick to our agendas. I promise you that. And so we're not discussing, that person, they're not bringing in to the committee something that they want us to take part in, or steering the committee in any particular direction towards something that, they might want to work on privately. If that were the case, I might have some more concerns, but, as it stands, and as I know the committee has brought to the select board in a couple of meetings to revisit our charge, to check in and say, do you think that this is, what we should be working on? We've been sticking to that charge. And so if we were deviating from that in any way, I might be concerned, but from my standpoint, we are not. So.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ludo, for bringing this to our attention. I think I'm just glad that the figure for the cleanup has been brought out and with the public and made aware of, and so that we all know more about the impacts of this.
I have it broken down for you, Ron.
No, I saw the breakdown.
Do you have all the broken down?
There was 2 bills I saw. But anyways, I do hope that we're not setting a precedent that if you make a mess, we'll go and clean it up either. So that's a little bit on my mind. So, but thank you for bringing that to our attention again.
I think Mike had his hand up.
Yep, thanks, Dan. So yeah, I just wanted to sort of echo a couple things. I do think that, you know, the town did have to go in and clean all this stuff up. I mean, you can't just leave it there. I agree to some extent with Joe that we gotta, you know, it's sort of a cost benefit. What's the, you know, how much is it going to cost us if we actually pursue this? But at the same time, if this happens over and over again, certainly it'd probably be worth the cost as a deterrent going forward if this just keeps happening all the time. And I've heard from a lot of people about the committee, and I do think there are some concerns that people have raised that may be valid. And so, you know, when the committee comes to the end of its charge, if we want to continue it, I think it would be a worthwhile discussion to discuss not only its charge, but it's also its membership as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And Heidi, I think to answer your question, I don't think any one of us can give you a number in terms of what it potentially could cost or what it will cost in the future. I don't think we know that. I think all of us sitting here, regardless of what side of the issue you're on, is that after Joe's presentation last night, the forum, we all know that the answer is housing. So I think we just need to move in that direction. That solves the problem. The other thing I know is that in the past is not the only town cleanup that it's not the only cleanup that the town has been responsible for doing. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, Brett Mayfield came to us with some people that were living under the bridges in town. And so the town cleaned up that for the very same reason. There were needles, just unsafe. So this is not the only situation where the town has been responsible for cleaning up homeless encampments. So it's not something new. And the town has covered that cost before just to make those areas safe. So that at the time, I think it was Chief Caston who said, you know, we don't want kids going down there to go jump in the river and play and ride their bikes and find needles or whatever. It was dangerous. So the town would then therefore come responsible if we didn't clean up those situations in those places. So yeah, we are, as a town, we are liable for that, but this is not the only situation where we have been responsible for cleaning up encampments when people have moved on.
This is a substantial amount of money,
Yeah, it is.
and he needs to be put on notice that this just cannot keep happening. This just cannot keep happening. The state of Vermont has now opened up hotels to every single homeless person until April now. There's no reason, there's absolutely no reason for that man to keep putting these houses out there. There's absolutely no reason. They have opened it up to Kim's on our page now. She can read this. I post every article I find. Every article I find, they have now opened it up to every single homeless person. They haven't put restrictions. They've opened it up to everyone till April. As long as they can find hotels that will participate in the program, they have opened it up to everyone. Not because of weather, not because of their age or their disability, everyone. So no one should go unhomed.
Exactly.
Every single one of them should find some place to go.
Mhm.
So there's no reason for Simon to continue putting these structures on unpermitted, unallowed property. He shouldn't be hiding them out in the woods where something could happen to them, and then we find them deceased, or their propane heaters malfunction and they die from carbon monoxide poisoning. I actually care about these human beings. Unlike Simon or someone else says, I'm actually here for a reason. Not just because of the cost of the cleanup, but these people should not be in his care. He's not looking after them. He's putting them out there. And for days, they're out there on their own. These structures are not all safe.
Thank you.
This is what I want to talk about on this.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say, we're probably at least 5 minutes and there's a hand up on Zoom.
So
And then I would like to make one more comment after that, please.
is it regarding this topic or different topic?
No, different topic.
So let's go here and then we'll call you back up.
Can you bring Tammy over?
So who was it, Kim?
Tammy Stammers.
Tammy, when you're ready, go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to bring up that I was at the VFW parking lot the other day on Friday, I believe, and there was a person staying in a camper there who had 2 dogs. And if that's the area that was just cleaned up for the $6,000, what's to say that they're not going to mess it up again and we're going to have to shell out more money to clean it up? Why are they allowed to stay there? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. We will follow up on that. I think we heard last meeting that was the case, and
Right. I had another question as well.
Okay, go ahead.
The people that are staying in these areas, I'm sure they're identified if the police are involved or whatever. Why aren't they being made to clean up the area or being fined or something as a way to keep them from doing it in the future? I mean, if they're the ones crapping all over the area or leaving needles or whatever everywhere or trashing the places, then they should be the ones cleaning it up and not people like me that pay taxes having to pay for it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Heidi, go ahead.
Heidi Duto from White River Junction one more time. I was here at last week's meeting and I sat through the entire meeting. And this is a very touchy subject, but I was rather disappointed when you refused to apologize to Mr. Collins and Vice Chair at the end of the meeting apologized to the entire board for not notifying them that he was going to have a meeting. But you, Dan Fraser, Chair, have more than once been extremely rude and out of line, not only to Mr. Collins, but also to myself when I've been up here. And not only myself, but other people in this community have noticed your behavior. We don't find it very appealing. And I just wanted to put you on notice that we are watching, we are taking notice, and we don't appreciate it.
Is that a threat? Heidi?
No, I'm just putting him on notice that we don't like it. We don't find it very, very like becoming of you. And we still are waiting for that apology to Mr. Collins.
Thank you. I'm good at this point. I've consulted with you can sit down, thank you. And I've consulted with a couple members, colleagues on the board, and discussed that, and they also agree with me that it didn't feel that I needed to apologize to him. There are 6 members on this board, and there seems to be one person that sometimes does not follow the rules. And, you know, that's just the way the situation is. So there have been warnings that have been given, and I've spoken strongly to people that don't follow the rules. When you were up here just now at the microphone, you were calling on people. This is the meeting where I am in charge and I call on people, and those are the rules. And we don't follow the rules. There's a process in place that we follow to maintain silence and order. So that's the way it is. And, you know, that's anyone that would like to make a motion anytime to replace me as chair is welcome to do so at any meeting. And that's where we are. So we'll move on from there. This will be your last time at the microphone. We've already had over 10 minutes, so we need to move on.
Can citizens make a motion?
No, they can't.
People can run for seats though.
They absolutely can, and we encourage that. Always, we want people to run for seats. We want people to get involved in town politics. That's why we're here. So thank you. Anyone else? We will now on. Anyone else?
One thing totally unrelated, but a constituent came up to me today, and I haven't been up there yet, but she says there's like a street light by Cloverleaf Jewelry that like just keeps blinking and blinking, and she was like, it's driving me crazy. So I don't know if that's for like
anyone who likes who has a complaint about a street light. Kim's heard this spiel from me and Hannah many times. Please note the number on the street lamp. Kim, you're a little bit better versed about where folks can find them. I think it's kind of,
yeah, you just look at the post.
You can find it. Okay.
We need to have that number, and we need you to email Public Works to
Gotcha.
tell us which one it is.
And mostly it's Green Mountain Power or V-Train.
Mostly it's somebody else other than us, but we will do that work. Not everybody's around at night as the street lights go on, so we can't always notice which ones are flickering.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike. Anyone else? Comments? Ellie, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is just kind of a shout out again to our climate advisory committee, just because I was reading a little bit more about the results and recommendations sort of coming from the UN's, COP26 climate change conference. And then I think Vermont Climate Council is also in December going to, I think, either be releasing some legislation or some recommendations as well. So it's just been interesting to sort of see like the global and also kind of state level implications that might kind of, trickle down to us as a town. And so it just made me even more grateful, I think, that we have a climate advisory committee and the climate action team that's already, created this robust plan, because I think that's going to really benefit us in the long term. Like, we know it's a big call for the town, and thank you, Tracy, in advance, and thank you, Dana, and folks who are going to help us to implement it. But it was just exciting to see like, oh, okay, we're already kind of on that bandwagon and have that in motion. So that was just something I wanted to throw out there. And then the other thing, which I know we mentioned really briefly at the last meeting, but I just wanted to give another shout out to the family of Wesley Black. Folks maybe were aware that he passed away from cancer last week. I unfortunately didn't get to meet him personally, but I know he was very loved in this community and served on the Hartford Fire Department, and his funeral, I believe, was this past Sunday. And so I can only imagine the level of grief that folks who know him and folks who have worked with him and his family might be feeling at this time. So just wanted to offer condolences and thank him for his service to the town.
Thanks, Ellie. Kim, go ahead.
I'd like to follow up on Heidi's comments and thank Joe for organizing the housing symposium. And I consider that just sort of one additional conversation about a long ongoing topic, and look forward to more dialogue and especially action and more movement. And then also just wanted to put it in our minds that I think Governor Scott is bringing the legislature back to discuss whether or not towns will have the ability to do individual mask mandates. I'm not specifying any preference one way or another, but just that it's in our minds, and maybe as we're talking to community members and or doing any kind of outreach, that we might get a sense of if that comes to us, how we feel about it.
Mike?
I just heard a little bit about that tonight. So it sounds like he's bringing back the legislature. He's put some conditions on it, like the local mask mandates can't override a school board policy, that you have to affirmatively re-up the mandate every 30 days, and that it can't go past April 30th. So
Yeah, they haven't even voted on it yet, though.
yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, that will bring us to appointments. So first up, we'll consider the reappointment of Clare Forseth to the Hartford Tree Board. Information's in the packet. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Or if not, we'll entertain a motion to reappoint Clare.
I just have a comment that I really appreciate the new forms that Tracy and Lana put together.
Great, thank you so much. I'm glad it's helpful.
And go ahead.
How long has this individual served on this board?
I don't know specifically. I think at least a couple terms. Long time.
So my question is, I am not opposed to this person being reappointed to this committee, but it's always good to get newer, fresher ideas on boards as well. And I don't know if we had another individual that came before us that wanted to be on this board, how we do that, or if we have I don't know if we have some sort of policy that there's a term limit, so to speak, or in order to get newer individuals on that have a lot of contributions they could add. We add people to the boards or commissions. Not sure how that works.
So good.
I think if there's an open seat, and I think we did this a couple of weeks ago, and two people wanted to apply, and then we would, decide who would advance, and it would. But I will ask this: if there are two people, and you have one that's been on a board, I think it would be incumbent upon that person who has been on the board to redo their packet, so we can compare apples to apples. Does that make sense?
That's what I'm getting at. Thank you, sir.
As just a suggestion, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, it's not.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. As some of you have heard me call out for having a previous, so we could see a copy of the previous application. I hate to burden somebody to refill out another application. So the short form here is nice. I appreciate that, but for particularly new members, even me, I'm not familiar with this person, so I really don't have any past knowledge of. I understand they've served, and that's certainly good, but I don't have the details. So I would like to see a copy of the latest application, not necessarily a new one, but so we have that information.
I think in some of these cases, Dennis, that they have been around so long and served for, so long in these committees that no one's quite sure where those paper documents are.
Well,
so,
shame on us.
Shame on us, but being a part of this committee, as I know she has been for a long time, she's very involved. So I think in this case, we have nothing to worry about, but it's something to consider. And as I said, we sort of took their advice that you gave us before, and we started with this one sheet, and we can continue to revise that and look at it as we move forward. But
Sounds good.
we'll go from there.
If there's
Can I
no
go
other,
Sorry, we
In
done?
the-
okay.
I think in the email that Tracy sent us about this new format, that when there was documentation, we would get, like, if they had it, we would
Pardon
get
me,
it.
because I missed that point.
If we have it and it's readily accessible, we're gonna get it to you. If we aren't gonna spend a ton of time digging through the boxes of ancient history to try to find someone.
Yeah.
And hopefully by the time we kind of rotate this through, we'll actually have all of these in a much easier format to find than a hard copy form.
I'm ready to move.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move the reappointment of Clare Forseth to the Hartford Tree Board for a 3-year term beginning November 16, 2021 and ending on November 15, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ally. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None are opposed, so it's unanimous. Thank you. So that was Dennis and Ally. Okay, now we'll consider the reappointment. And I'm sorry, I'm probably going to mispronounce her name. Anita Hamalainen. So the Hartford Design Review Committee for a 3-year term beginning November 16th of 2021 and ending November 15th of 2024. So again, information is in the packet. Kim, go ahead.
I mean, if anyone has questions, otherwise I am the liaison to this committee, so I'm familiar and happy to make a motion if there's no questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve a 3-year appointment or reappointment for Anita Hamalainen to the Hartford Design Review Committee for term beginning November 16, 2021 and ending November 15, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mike, any further questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sorry, Lana, I didn't hear. Was that a yes? Are you in favor?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, now we have 2 appointments. We're going to consider the appointment of Ted Levin to the Hartford Conservation Commission for a 4-year term. And I was on Zoom. Okay, great. So we can bring him over, please.
Levin, I believe.
Levin.
His name's Ted Levin.
Yeah.
Yes.
His hands up.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead. If you'd like to introduce yourself and tell us about yourself, that'd be great.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a longtime resident of the Upper Valley, a lifelong naturalist. I make my living as a writer and formerly as a wildlife photographer. And I've been on the Thetford Conservation Commission for a number of years, 20 years ago. Sold my house in Thetford Center and moved to White River this past summer. And I would like to get involved in my new community.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, Mr. Levin. I know he's contacted the Conservation Commission, which I'm a liaison to, and I think they speak quite highly of this person. And so I'm all for this. Thank you for appointing.
Randy, go ahead.
Yes, I've heard Ted on NPR a few times. He's very informative, and you gain quite a bit by listening to him. I have in the past. I think he would make an excellent candidate for this commission.
And just to let you know, I did reach out to the references, a couple of them, and they gave glowing reports. So if there's no further questions or comments, we'll entertain a motion. Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make that motion. That we consider the appointment of Ted Levin, move to appoint Ted Levin to the Hartford Conservation Commission for a 4-year term beginning November 16th, 2021 and ending November 15th, 2025.
I'll second that.
Lanny, you got other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll
Welcome
call-
to the neighborhood, Ted.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so hearing no comments other than that, then we will, all in favor, say aye.
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 So it's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Ted, for stepping up and serving, and welcome to the community.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, so now we'll consider the appointment of Stephanie Gile to the Hartford Zoning Board. And again, I followed up with a couple of the references there, and they gave glowing reports. I'm not sure if she's on the, oh, she's right here. Great. Okay, Stephanie, come on up. If you'd like to introduce yourself. Thanks.
I walked in a minute late. So
That's
I'm not
fine.
sure if there were introductions.
No, go ahead.
So I moved to Queechee 2 years ago, 2.5, I guess, maybe at this point. I've been in Vermont for about 10 or 11 years. I'm originally from Western Mass. And I work in Springfield as an Act 250 coordinator. Hartford is not my district though, which just kind of is nice for conflict of interest purposes. And I'm a graduate of Vermont Law School. And I'm excited to participate at a local level, get to learn about how things work a little bit more at the local level. And so that's why I applied.
Great, thank you. Anyone have questions for Stephanie? Andy, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your application. So a question about you're not taking care of Hartford for your Act 250 permit things, but Act 250 is the same throughout the state of Vermont, correct?
Correct.
So you can be a great asset for us in working with this permitting process that we have to deal with. So I think you'd be an excellent addition to this board. And I would definitely make a motion that we, if nobody.
Does anyone else have any comments? Okay.
Well, I'll just offer this. Thank you. So as we know, Act 250 is separate of the town side of the zoning end of it, you know. And maybe you know this or learn this, but I think when you apply for a zoning application, you get put through a checklist if you've checked with Act 250 in the fire department and so forth. So it's part of the process, which you'll probably be able to advise applicants that maybe are struggling with some questions there. But that's a separate thing of zoning. It's a part of the process, but not our process. So, but thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for your kind words, and I'm happy to be an informational resource for sure.
Thanks. Other questions? Okay, Randy, go ahead.
Make a motion, we appoint Stephanie Gile to the Zoning Board of Adjustment for a period of 2 years, starting 16 November 2021, ending 16 November 2023.
I'd like to second, but I think you said 2 year, it's a 3 year.
So the 2024.
Is it a 3 year?
It's a 3 year,
Okay.
yeah.
I'd like to second with that amendment.
Yep, sorry, thank you.
Are you okay with that revision, Lanny?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, okay, good.
I
And second,
apologize.
okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks for stepping up.
Thank
We
you
look
very
forward to
much.
having you, and welcome to the community. Sorry, Dennis seconded.
For a year.
Right, those are all our appointments and reappointments for this evening. So now we'll go over to the town manager's report.
Hi, everyone. I know we all just chatted briefly about the update on at the statewide level mask mandates. We're keeping an eye on that in the town. And if it is brought forward please reach out to Dan, Joe, and I if you'd like that to be brought forward as an item on November 30th. That is a tight deadline for us, and the agendas and packets are due right before Thanksgiving. So we're trying to ease on in for all of you with that Thanksgiving holiday with some shorter agenda items, but we definitely have some room and space to talk about mask mandates if we need to. After that, we can always call a special meeting. We've been here together every week for close to 2 months though, so I see a lot of tired eyes, not just my own, but the 7 of you all. So we'll try to balance all of that going on with the budget and all of the big things that we've tackled in the last couple of months. But I'm keeping an eye on it, and most of the department directors also do their own daily news watch. On the 30th, we'll also be bringing to you a little bit of a plan if the vaccine mandates go forward, because the town does have to have a plan in place. So this is a regular conversation topic. Again, at Monday morning department head meetings is the bump in COVID cases. We're keeping an eye on the school districts that staff members might have children in, mask mandates, all of those sorts of good things. We are back to talking about COVID pretty regularly, for better or for worse. And that remains live. So sometimes you won't see it written down in the time manager's report because things come in at 3 o'clock on a Friday, and this has already gone out to you. I wanted to also provide an update on our discussion. It feels like a couple of weeks ago, it feels like 3 years ago, about proposed ordinances. We did hear back from the VLCT Municipal Assistance Center. That's a place where any VLCT member town can go for just light advice. It's free, it's part of our membership, and sometimes it's great, and sometimes they do bounce it back to you as it's more complex than they handle. They did give us some sage advice on sign regulations. Many of you saw that in my town manager's report, that we could be entering into a difficult and complex process. And they advised us to proceed with extreme caution if our sign restrictions could specifically impact political speech. It's definitely food for thought. I look to you in the coming weeks for further guidance, but at this point, I think that considering what else we have on hand, it might be best to deprioritize this in my own workload, and let us all ruminate over those ideas as we finish up the budget. They did provide guidance as well on regulating the use and discharge of firearms. And there's some provisions in state law about what specifically municipalities can and can't do. This one does not seem as fraught with extreme caution. So I am doing some light additional research as time allows in my schedule for other Vermont municipalities that do have very similar ordinances. So again, I think in January, being able to get through the budget, we also already have penciled in for ourselves Gate Street and a few other things in December. I'll bring back some additional information for all of you on both of these items. Other than that, it just continues to be a busy week in the town. We are shockingly getting ready for the town meeting cycle. It sounds like it's forever away, but the warning is due in January. So we're beginning to do that work behind the scenes for town report and things like that. In terms of staff, Parks and Rec, Public Works continue to wrap up their summer activities and move into their winter activities. We have opened WABA, so if you are itching to get your ice skates on, come on down to WABA, and we'll get you on the ice for a little bit. I want to thank all of our staff for their work to honor Wesley Black. We had both police and fire out there most of the weekend, in and out, doing a lot of work around being able to give his family and friends the space and time to mourn. And I also want to thank our mutual aid partners in Lebanon and Hanover for taking over our call volume. It's a tradition, but it's always a lovely moment to have your mutual aid partners reach out. Finally, we did learn late last night that the Vermont Attorney General has declined to move forward with Corporal Clifford's fatal use of force back in August. The next step internally for us is an internal investigation on our own policies and procedures. while we are technically allowed to perform that investigation internally, we decided early in August that we would be hiring this out to an external independent organization. So the staff there is getting ready to follow the procurement policy in terms of finding someone to do that investigation. There is a 4-page press release, and I believe the Valley News article reflected it. I sent out an email to staff today, and the 7 of you got an email with that 4-page press release as well. There's no need necessarily to dig into the details. If folks want to read it, they can. And the staff member remains on paid administrative leave per our own protocols until all investigations are concluded. And at which that time we can have conversations with the employee about their return to service. That's it for me.
Thanks.
Very good.
Yes, Tracy, can you give me an update, if you have one, on the signs for the parking and the park and ride? Do we have an update on what's happening with that?
They've been ordered. I don't have an ETA on when exactly they are shipping or going to be produced.
Is there anything prohibiting us from enforcing those before the signs, the park ordinance? Is there anything prohibiting us from enforcing the ordinance before the signs get here?
Technically, no. You all did ask me to pause staff from enforcing until the signs were here, and I was happy to oblige in that manner. So if that's something y'all want to talk through, that's something that y'all need to talk through.
Thank you.
Mike, go ahead.
Thanks, Dan. I would just say to the board, maybe if we can give Tracy some guidance on whether to pursue the sign ordinance sooner than later, because it looks like we're not, it looks like there's some fatal flaws to it. And I don't know, that I would support it necessarily. So I just wonder whether we can just take that off your plate sooner than later. So that's just my thought.
Joe, go ahead and then Kim.
I would agree with that, although I'm, somewhat disgusted either way of any profanity. It is an incredible slippery slope, and I think we would be wading into dangerous waters by taking this on. At this point, we've got some heavy lifts in the next few months, and this is just an absolute back burner. So if we could help the town manager focus her efforts, I think that would be prudent on our part.
Kim, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking that Mike was referring to guidance on the signage for the parking ordinance. So
No.
I,
Oh, no.
But so I feel similarly about, I do-
thought that too.
Yeah, so anyway, I support that general comment.
Yep, okay.
Anyone here? Hey, go ahead.
I support the fact that it's a rabbit's hole to go down through. I question if there's a way that the board, the chairman of the board could pen a letter to the party, just in some manner, I'm not sure, I'm at a loss for words here, about the this or the use of the language. I'm not sure how that would be, but I don't know, somebody help me out here.
It's a tough one.
I don't know on that one. I think that would stir up a pot of bees. I don't really know. I think we have no reason to, we have nothing to stand on. We could make a request. I think many neighbors and people have made requests already, is my understanding. And that they're pretty adamant about, in that particular case, about having it, and it's their right. So I think this is an example of, not specifically what you just said, Lanny, but the topic is an example of, the guidance we've received so far, there's no straightforward way forward, and this is just going to become a money pit and an argument with, back and forth. So I don't really know whether we want to go there at this point. I think maybe we want to, at least for now, take it off the front burner and put it on the back burner. Knowing that other towns in the Upper Valley have sort of addressed this without any success, and that's the recommendation we received, was don't really go there. So I'm not keen on delving too deeply into it right now based on the information that we have, but if others feel strongly, I guess we can. Dennis, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm for not going into that at all. I just think that's dangerous territory, and that we could get in a big quagmire and a mess and not come out with any solution. So I'm not really hoping that we do anything with that.
Okay, so perhaps we'll entertain a motion now. If someone would like to make a motion to sort of take this off of Tracy's agenda until we bring it up again. Is that a good way to move forward at this time?
I don't think we
Do we need to do that?
No, I don't
Tracy and
think
I,
we
it's
do.
okay if we just tell you, do we need a motion to do that?
I'm hearing y'all loud and clear, and we're doing this right here, so it's okay. I'm gonna just pause that work and put it under my desk with the recycling that I'm always meaning to take out, and we can always, if the sun shines again and the snow melts and we want to think about it some more, we can dig it out with the recycling.
Perfect. Okay, good.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just might say that even though it is a person's right to have something like that, the appropriateness of signage like that should be considered, I believe, by individuals and how it affects the others that are in the community. That's all I would say on it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you on that at all. I just think that we at this point, with what we have no legal way to move forward or do anything about it, unfortunately. So it's up to them to decide whether the request they receive, they act on it or not, from neighbors and people.
I just wanted to kind of second what Lanny says. It's when signs like that are put up that lead to select boards looking at proposed ordinances that, end up like this, that aren't really the right thing to do or constitutional even. So there's plenty of great ways to, express your political beliefs without doing it in a way that offends everybody in your town and leads to ordinances that, just don't go anywhere. So that's my thought.
Anyone else? All right. That will then bring us, I think, to board reports. So going over to the audit presentation, which I think is Gile when you're ready. So go ahead.
Thank you. So good evening, everybody. I'm Gile Ostrad. I'm the Finance Director for the town of Hartford. And I'm pleased to announce that the fiscal year 2021 budget, audit is complete. It's done before Thanksgiving, which is one of the huge goals that we try to achieve, which will assist all of you in the budgeting process. I certainly need to thank all of the staff for their continued efforts. All of you, and especially my two staff members, Donna Nadeau and Florentina Rollins, they play a significant role in completing the audit. And tonight we have on the Zoom call, we have Bonnie Dow. She is the audit manager, and we have John Mudgett. He's a partner from Mudgett, Jennett, Krog, Weisner. They're our independent audit firm. And I did give them a heads up that some of you had some questions regarding the unassigned fund, how that works, how it goes together. And so they will be speaking to you about that. They'll also be speaking, I think there was a question about budget to actual and maybe how, where those funds went. Before I turn it over to them, I just want to remind everybody, this is a conversation between you, the board, the public, and the audit firm. Management, meaning Tracy and I, we are here to observe because this is a report card on the town. And even though Tracy was only here for the last few months of it, she's part of it, the responsibility. And this is a huge report card for me and what I do for the town. So we're here, we'll be observing, and would appreciate, the dialogue goes directly between you and the auditors, which I'm sure you're well aware of. But anyways, I just want to make sure everybody knew. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Bonnie and John.
Thanks, Gile. Welcome, Bonnie and John.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting us to your meeting tonight. Yeah, up here in central Vermont, it was kind of cold and snowy, so it's good to have an excuse to be in a kind of a warm, dry place, and also not to have to drive down to Hartford. Thank you for letting us Zoom in with you.
Thank you. Glad you could join us. I don't know if you want to give some opening remarks. You want to start with questions, or how would you like to proceed?
Well, I usually say, let's have as much roundtable discussion as you'd like to have. We don't have enough time to read you financial statements or even auditors' reports. I will point out that basically the financial statements are the town's responsibility. The narrative audit reports that are in here and signed by our firm, or about to be signed by our firm upon acceptance of the drafts, those are the auditors' work based on the what we've done over the weeks that we've been involved in the audit. I would point out one thing. I think you have two packages in front of you. Do you have both the audit report and the package with the financial statements in it, and a small 3-page governance letter to those charged with governance, which is really the board? Do they have both of those in front of them, Gail?
They received everything, yes. It's in one packet, though.
I think now that you mentioned that, I did see it when I skimmed down through the attachments to the agenda. Okay, I would just like to make one comment on the governance letter, that small one. I know we had to make a correction to the first page of that. I think it said in there that the audit was completed or was conducted on October 22nd, which is really, that was just a computer running wild and putting in a day when the paragraph should have said the audit was completed in October of 2021. It certainly started much earlier than that, back in with planning back in about April or May, and a significant amount of preliminary testing was done before the June 30 year end. And then, of course, the primary after year end auditing, much of that was done in October. So anyway, that's the case there. I just wanted to point out that that typo that is being corrected on the subsequent drafts. And Bonnie, you were the primary auditor on this. You worked with Gile. Would you like to make any comments?
No, not specifically. I know we were going to address the questions that the board had that we were aware of already, and any others that they might have. Our opinion on the financial statements is unmodified, which is basically a clean opinion. There's no material misstatements in the financial statements. And then our report in the back on internal control over financial reporting identified the compliance finding, but no other significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. Gail does a really good job making sure she's got everything in order when we come in to do the audit, and is really prepared when we start. And we work really well back and forth. This year we did most of it in the fall. During the field work chunk was primarily remotely. We did do the planning remotely as well in the spring. With everybody still working from home, that seemed like the easiest way to accomplish it, but going back and forth through emails and phone calls, everything went pretty smoothly this year.
Okay, good. I did note that in the back end of this report package, there is a second auditor's opinion also, because not only do we have to report on internal controls and compliance in connection with our audit of the financial statements, we also do a fair amount of additional work for reporting on the federal funds And the schedule of expenditures of federal funds is way back in that package at page, what is it, 56, 55 and 56, I think. And the total expenditures of federal awards this year was $5,784,638, a significant chunk of dollars. And the reports on the federal funds were also unmodified in that there were no material weaknesses identified with respect to controls over federal funds, and also no non-compliance with respect to the administration of federal awards. Now, the questions, I guess I'm aware of a question relating to the general fund, I think is where the question about the net assets that were unassigned. Is that, I didn't see anybody interested in the unassigned deficits in a couple of the other funds. So I think it was probably the unassigned surplus in the general fund where that question was directed. And how did it come about? Is that question?
I think from the beginning, John, speaking specifically about what the unassigned fund is and how it's made up of, and that would include the different funds, the governmental funds that may or may not have a deficit. We do have a few new board members, so I think it's a good review process for the ones that have been here for a while, but also for the new ones. So I think starting at square one, what is the unassigned fund? What is it made up of? How does it go up or down? Thank you.
Okay, good. Basic, a little bit of just basic accounting to get people oriented. Each fund is its own set of accounts, if you will, and each fund has accounts which are classified as either assets, roughly assets, liabilities, fund balance, or revenues and expenditures. The revenues and expenditures are what you budget, of course, in the general fund, and that is really to record the operations of the town during the year, the governmental activity, the collection of revenues, and the expenditure of those revenues. At the bottom of that statement, there is a change in fund balance, and that is what creates the increase or decrease in the fund balances on the balance sheet. In addition to that, of course, the assets less the liabilities also equals the fund balance. Now, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board added a couple of additional classifications of deferred inflows and deferred outflows, but that's merely to record things that are on the balance sheet and won't be picked up in revenue or expense in the current year. But the fund balances at the, and I see them, of course, at the bottom of page 13, where it's called fund equity, and then the fund balances are classified in 5 different categories: non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. Well, if you wanted to look at the actual definitions, those are over in the notes to the financial statements, but I will attempt to paraphrase by saying unassigned is what you get when you subtract all of the other categories to come down to what's left. Is that paraphrasing it in a reasonable way, Bonnie?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to explain it.
Anyway, that's one of those where if somebody wants to jump in and ask me to be clearer about that, or what the heck did I mean, I will say that on page 13, the unassigned line with the 3.2 million unassigned fund balance in the general fund is then connected with the fund balances of the other governmental funds to get over to the total governmental funds fund balances. And after deducting a couple of deficits in the capital projects fund and in the other governmental funds category, you're down to a $3,029,374 unassigned governmental fund balance. Now, just a moment to mention that governmental funds, of course, are separate from what they call proprietary funds, which includes your water fund and your wastewater fund.
John, could you wait one moment? There's a couple board members that are trying to locate that page that you're referring to.
Right.
That notes too. There's the notes. You said.
Page 13 is the page with the numbers that he's talking about. And page 29 is where the fund balance categories are described in the footnotes.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah.
Does everybody else have it before they move on? Okay. Thank you, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention quickly that I'm sure we're talking about the fund balance of the governmental funds because that is that 3 million unassigned fund balance in the general fund is what, I don't know, one town manager used to tell me, John, that's my free cash, right? And what he really meant was, of course, that was what was available for budgeting in the future if you chose to use it or not. It could, and I know in recent years anyway, in Hartford, a portion of that has been assigned to the subsequent years or the next year's budget as a source of funds, or really a revenue equivalent, which is what was done, I think about $600,000 for the 2021 budget and a $700,000, I think, for the 2020 budget. And my memory doesn't go back beyond that. Anyway, but these governmental funds are, of course, separate from the so-called proprietary funds, which have also have fund equity, but which is dedicated to the water fund, the wastewater funds, or the solid waste funds. Those are separate funds from the governmental funds, which are pretty much available if they're unassigned. They can either be encumbered or they can be assigned to future budgets. Is that somewhat clear, or would you like to ask a question or get a branch out in another direction?
May I ask a question? I guess just to simplify things for us, because I genuinely don't think I managed to follow everything that you said, but I have been looking pretty closely. Let me just find questions that I sent. I guess one question is, so if we are presenting the voters with a proposed budget and we have an approved amount that the voters have approved, and then we're comparing it to the actual figures, I'm just talking about the general fund currently for simplicity. And then when we're presented with so we look at our little budget books that we get, our draft budget with the approved amounts for 2021. And then when we're looking at our 23 budget, it has a column that includes the actuals from 2021. So just in the general operating budget. If we look at the actual revenues in the budget book compared to the approved proposed revenues in the budget book and the actual versus approved expenses in the budget book. So those come out significantly different. And I guess I'm curious just to know and I think I know the answer to this from your report, but I'm not sure I'm totally clear on it. Because to me, it looks like the unassigned fund balance should have increased more than it has. So I guess I'm even curious, what is the current balance of the unassigned fund for the general fund? And how much did it increase between 2020 and 2021?
Okay,
John, do you want me to jump in?
yeah, go ahead. I know you have a schedule that shows exactly
Yeah.
what the increase was.
The budget to actual pay report on pages 18 through 20 shows your budgeted amounts and your actual amounts. That includes everything that was spent from all the categories of fund balance, whether it be non-spendable, restricted, committed, or assigned. So when you're looking at your budget to actual report, it comes down to a net change in fund balance of almost 4 million. But that's the change in fund balance across all categories. The unassigned category started out at 3,260,000 and it's ending at 3,210,000. So it decreased by about $50,000. The other categories also changed by different amounts to all add up to a total change in fund balance of the 3.9 million. Does that help explain why you're seeing the bigger change in fund balance in the budget to actual compared to what the unassigned number is?
A little bit, and it's not you, it's me. I apologize. I guess, so where it says net change in fund balance on page 20, 3.9 million or 3.977 million.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's increased by 3.
Your total fund balance did increase that much, but the restricted line is where most of that change is falling. At the end of FY20, you had no amount in the restricted category. But at the end of FY21, you have $2.8 million in the restricted category, and that's mostly attributable, well, it's all attributable to the pool bond that you got.
Mm-hmm.
You got the loan proceeds, which are on page 20, a few lines up from the net change in fund balance. But you haven't spent all of that money on the pool project yet.
Okay.
So that amount is going into the restricted line.
And I'm sorry, would you say one more time what the current balance is on the unassigned fund?
It's $3,210,404 for just the general fund.
Where's that report?
And that's on page 13 as well.
And sorry. And okay, and then I think this is a question for later in the planning, but in the proposed 2023 budget, I know we're not consulting you, but it relates to my question, but it's not about how the audit is, but do you know what the amount is that we're proposing comes out of the unassigned fund bid, but balance for the operating budget for 2023?
You haven't made that decision yet.
What is proposed in the town manager column?
That's just the general operating budget.
Okay, So when we do the warning for the ballot, that's when we would put them.
We're gonna talk about that on the 7th, as you all kind of have settled into all of the presentations, because you haven't even heard from Public Works yet.
Right, okay. Wait, I'm
Because
sorry. I thought
that's
that was-
entirely up to you all, what you want to have be not a tax.
Okay. And okay, and I'll just think, I'll do my own calculations on, or unless you happen to know in your working, what percentage that is of our operating budget, the unassigned fund?
The current amount that's in the unassigned.
Yeah.
It's about 19% of the operating budget from the general fund for FY '21.
So not for 23, which is what we're looking at. Okay.
Right.
Great. I think that's my only question for the moment.
Okay.
Anyone else questions? Perfect. I think we're done with that little section. So are there questions that other people have about the audit and other audit questions? Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, auditors, for visiting us with Zooming with us, I mean. So I asked some questions. I'm not even sure they're necessarily audit related. They are related, but and I'm not sure we're going to be able to get the answers to them tonight, but I think we owe it to the citizens of this town to know what the impacts may or may not be to the Welcome Hartford Ordinance, the WHO, short for Welcome Hartford Ordinance. And so I would, whether it's now, which I doubt we're going to be able to do, or at a future meeting that we can put on the agenda, I'm hoping to learn what federal funding was decided to have not been applied for due to the WHO. I'd like to know of what funding we applied for that was denied. And so that would be a question of how much money may or may not have been lost due to that. And the last thing here, I was just looking for it, is I was interested in the statement on page 59 that the last paragraph is there. I assume the auditors are recommending that we recommend that the town communicate with their grantor agencies to determine if the Welcome Hartford Ordinance does affect federally funded projects of the town. And I assumed that we were doing that, but I'm not sure when we passed the WHO if that we're actually doing that or not. But I was surprised to see coming from the audit report that they're recommending that we do that. I assumed that we were doing that. So some clarification on that would be helpful too.
Okay.
And
So, wait, one second. So auditors, are you able to answer any of those questions specifically that Dennis just asked? I don't think most likely, but if you can, that's terrific.
Well, I will jump in here and then Bonnie will probably say something also. I'm not aware that you have lost any federal funds as a result of the Welcoming Hartford Ordinance, the WHO, at this point. That said, we have this in here because if it were deemed to be a compliance violation by one or more federal agencies, the risk is that you could lose some federal funds in the future, or you might be asked to repay some federal funds that the town had already received.
yeah, understood. I'm just hoping that we've avoided that possibility from happening.
Well, when we first wrote this finding, which was about a year ago, and the ordinance had only been in effect for a couple of months, and we understood at that point that there had been very little communication if any, with grantor agencies about the effect of having the ordinance, and whether and if they were deeming the ordinance to in fact be a violation of a federal regulation. We understood that that had not happened. We're not sure that very much communication has come back to the town this year. We know that some of the grantor agencies are aware of the situation. Obviously, it's not a hidden fact. It's public knowledge, but still, it's more about the risk of loss and the risk of non-compliance at this point, I think, than any actual negative impact that has happened. That's why we encouraged communication and we encouraged legal assistance, because, hey, we're not auditors, or we're not lawyers, we're auditors. We can see stuff and read stuff and point it out to you, because if it does become an issue, it would not be prudent of us to have ignored it, I think. And we pointed out to you so that you can take action. Bonnie, what would you like to add?
I was just going to say that I think Gile would be the best person to answer whether or not there were any grants that were considered but not applied for because of the WHO. Grants that don't exist wouldn't have fallen into the realm of anything that I would have been looking at. I'm not specifically aware of any, but I think she'd be better to answer that specific question. The communication with the granting agencies when the WHO was being developed and first approved by the voters, we had recommended to Gile that she contact the granting agencies as well as Brandon. Brandon had written a letter, but then the board had directed him not to send it. And when I followed up on that this year with Gile, my understanding was that that had not moved forward at all, and there hadn't been any communication to discuss any potential impact with any of the granting agencies.
Thank you for that. Perhaps in the future, we could get a list of ones that we didn't apply for because of complications from this.
Y'all are having this conversation, so I
Yeah,
think-
yeah. So I think what Dennis is asking is perhaps that as Bonnie suggested, that maybe Gile has that information she can provide to us at a later time when she can gather that together to see if there are any grants that that we didn't apply to because of this situation, the federal grants that we didn't apply to because of the WHO. Go ahead, Kim.
Well, if you want to respond, go.
I mean, I'm not aware of any grants that we didn't apply to because of the WHO. That's going to be something that we don't have a centralized grant process. So a staff member, every staff department does their own grant decisions. It doesn't come to Gile or I until they've decided to apply, but I'm not aware of anything in the 9 months and 10 hours that I've worked for you all that has been not brought forth because of this.
Thank you. Kim, go ahead.
Discussed this at great length, certainly, and I think the key term is always compliance with all applicable federal laws, which is in the language. The grant that I know of, maybe there are others that this would apply, this would be applicable for, that would prohibit us from being compliant if we were to apply for, is the JAG burn grant, which have to do with police equipment that Chief Caston, when he was here, said that he hadn't applied for in a number of years. I don't have the specifics. But then also in January of 2021, when President Biden was sworn in, one of his first executive orders was to rescind the executive order that President Trump had issued, which broadened the scope of what the US 1644 and 1373 could hinder municipalities and cities from being compliant for federal funds. So, and we did, I was on the board at the time when we advised the town manager not to send that letter to potential grantors, just as we wouldn't send one if we were applying for, a Parks and Rec grant to say, oh, well, we just want to let you know that we actually have some ADA regulations that we're not in compliance with or something like that. So I think of this as a settled matter and don't recommend that and we did get extensive legal advice, and much to the chagrin of many taxpayers that we spent a lot of money for that legal advice. So I think, in my opinion, it's a settled matter unless we do hear that there are other grants that we have been considered ineligible for non-compliance that we do want to seek.
And that's my recollection as well. And I don't know, I don't think, Tracy, we were able to find, or maybe you could look and see if there's any legal advice that we received that was the case. And I think it might be just from the auditor's standpoint to have a follow-up with a lawyer with what you just said about Biden's executive orders being changed, that would allow us then to meet these requirements and get this off the table once and for all. But that is exactly what I remember. So I think you checked at some point, Tracy, and you didn't find any. Am I remembering that correctly?
There are a lot of legal opinions floating around, and quite honestly, because of the transition in my office, they're in paper copies and they're not sorted in the best way. So with one of my staff members who does manage all the documents in my office and is that thread between the last two interims, Brandon and an interim, and then Leo, it's been a little bit of a rough go trying to manage all of that with our hard copies. So it is something that we can continue to discuss, and we can, because they're legal opinions, I'd want to make sure that we were doing that in the appropriate venue, and getting all of those together. If that's something you all want to bring forth.
Would it make sense to start by reaching out to VLTC and see if they know, just because of those orders being rescinded, if that just makes things okay? Or I'm not sure how the process should
My
work.
gut reaction is that they'll bounce that back to us.
Okay, all right. So we as a board can think about that a little bit and decide whether we want that to be pursued. But personally, I think it would be good to have that cleared up in some legal counsel as of now that would then answer the auditor's question, so it doesn't show up each year on the report as a question that further boards have to deal with. I think we should just get that off and make it a clean slate if we can. But we can talk about that more in detail. Dennis and then Lanny.
Thank you for all the questions, and I remember most of what's been said. I know that when the WHO was passed, I suggested in a year or two that we reevaluate and just see what the impacts are or are not. And I'm unclear on the change in leadership down in Washington, what happened there. If that's all gone away, the 1373 and 1644, I believe it is. If that's all gone away, I didn't know it, but I'm not up on that stuff as much as I'd like to be. But so in 2022, we probably in the audit, we won't see, if that's the case, if 1373 and the other one's gone away, will we see anything about the WHO in the 2022 audit?
I think this may be a question that maybe John and Bonnie could answer potentially.
Clarify a little.
I tell you what I'd like to see happen here. And I think what would be helpful in having it go away, if you're getting more legal advice on this, I think getting some advice with respect to executive orders from the former and the current president would be helpful. And I think that's would be helpful to have your legal counsel address that. The other thing it seems to me that legal counsel should address in the cause paragraph of that finding, there's a reference to a decision of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. And I think that may very well have some impact. And I certainly didn't study the Second Circuit Court of Appeals decision in February of 2020. And I don't know if that's addressed in Biden executive orders or if it even can be. So that's the other one that would concern me as an auditor. So yeah, I'd love to see it go away, but I think it goes away if the situation goes away.
Yeah, if we could get a new opinion on what applies now versus before January, that would be helpful.
And just point of clarification, the 1373 and 1644 did not go away themselves. The executive order that President Trump had issued is what tied those laws to federal funds. He basically said, if you're not compliant with these laws, you cannot get federal funds. And Biden revoked that order on January 20th, 2021. Which I can say, if you look at, I think it was even that day, we might have had a select board meeting, or it was there very soon. So the mid to late January select board meeting, I read the information, and I can find it again, certainly. But so those laws didn't go away, but the executive order tying those compliance with those laws to receiving federal funds, that went away. But yeah, I'm not a lawyer either.
I'm more confused now.
Sorry.
If we have the law, if the laws are out there, I would think whoever said you need to apply them, they either apply or they don't if they're out there, right? But I don't know. Wait for another opinion. Glad to learn more.
Well, just 1373 just says, it says like, a local government can't prohibit a government entity or official from sending information to the Immigration and Nationalization Services, but it doesn't list a penalty, if we do prohibit someone from doing that. And I think Trump's executive order basically said, now, if anyone violates this provision, now they lose their federal funds. It wasn't in the law itself. It was how he was having it interpreted. So when Biden came in, he just said, the law's still there, but this law never said anything about losing federal funds. That was something my predecessor did, and I'm revoking that. So the law's still on the books, but once Biden issued his executive order, it's no longer, the enforcement of it is no longer tied to the ability of a municipality to receive funds. That's no longer, that's no longer for the way it works, basically, is, if that helps, I don't know.
With the exception, so if I may, with the exception of a JAG burn grant, because that is one that when a grant is applied for, a federal grant, they list the applicable federal laws that you must be in compliance with. It's not just like, no one in your town can break any laws or else you won't get any money. They're very specific about laws that apply to the objective of the goals of that grant. Maybe that doesn't help.
To help Dennis somewhat, maybe, but I think the answer is that we pursue that one final time with legal counsel to get it cleared up for everyone. And it sounds like it would just being the case, it should be a very simple request and not a lot of time, hopefully. So, Danny, were you gonna add something?
It's been answered. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Kim.
Okay. Well, and maybe this is or is not, and I don't want to take up more of your time as the auditors, but a discussion I do want to have with the select board, it does relate to what is our responsibility to the taxpayers with the unassigned fund balance in terms of the percentage of the operating budget that we have in there and what we can and should use it for. And that might be a discussion, if you have insight or input on any sort of general practices or principles that you might want to share with us, that would be great. But otherwise, I don't want to take more of your time with that discussion unless you have, if it's valuable for you and us.
I guess the only thing I would say is in the last analysis, it's going to come down to how you choose to allocate those funds. If you apply it to future budgets, and it can either have an effect of reducing the effective property tax rate, or it can expand the services that the town provides. And that's, of course, a philosophical decision of the board. when you maintain an unassigned fund balance, you're always hopefully going to have some unassigned fund balance, simply because you never know exactly how operations versus a budget will come out. And unless you really have a deficit, an annual operating deficit, you won't deplete your fund balance completely. So I guess what I would say is, when I talk to people, I tell them, always think in terms of a number of years. Like, okay, I'm looking at a report on what happened in fiscal 21. We're now in the middle of fiscal 22, and I'm trying to budget for fiscal 23 or thinking about fiscal 23 and beyond. So I would certainly allocate a portion of a positive unassigned fund balance to those budgets. And I would not encourage you to allocate it all. Because if you maintain some of it, you are maintaining a cash flow that can be used throughout the year to limit the amount of borrowing and the costs associated with that. And you also have a pot of money that's available in an emergency. And almost every town that I've ever audited has something come up during the year that they didn't anticipate, and they need some of that money. Anyway, that's you got that's all I've got to say. It really does come down to how the town and those charged with governance, this board and management, choose to operate.
Thank you. Other questions? Any, go ahead.
This is going deeper into this, not on the topic we're on now.
Is it about for the auditors or?
Yes, it's for the auditors.
Yes.
Okay, so on page 33, landfill closure and post-closure costs, care costs. I'm just wondering why this is here. I mean, we have not said we're going to close the landfill yet. I'm just wondering if you could explain this to me a little bit, because I don't understand where this is coming from.
Well, this relates to the landfill that was closed back in 1992.
So our transfer station is not closed, but you're talking.
Right, we're not talking about a transfer station when we talk about landfill closures. Years ago, there were many landfills in Vermont, as there were throughout the country. And laws relating to the closure of those landfills required funds to be set aside for what they called post-closure care. And that's what this note 8 discusses. It discusses the closure of a landfill that was in operation, prior to 1992, and the post-closure costs and dollars set aside for care after that point. The only reason it's still in here is because there were requirements to set aside, 30 years of post-closure care costs, and to make some separation of funds for that purpose.
Okay, that makes more sense to me why it's there.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with current transfer stations and the way we handle waste these days. But hey, I can remember when I used to go down to the dump in my little town, and hey, it was not pretty, but we got it done, and we haven't used that for many years.
All right, thank you very much. That's it for me, I guess.
Okay. Other questions? I have one more question for you, if I could, please. You've commended Gile on her handling the finances, which is what we see on a regular basis when we ask questions. My question to you is it seems like the procedures and safeguards that she has in place pretty much that she holds the departments to would catch anything that's coming through. So it seems like she's put, that as a result puts less onus on the select board to sort of micromanage some of those documents. Not to say that we don't have questions about those things, but it seems like the procedures that are in place would catch anything that comes through, those steps that she has, that if there's anything was out of line. Is that a fair statement?
Yes and no. It's and Bonnie can jump in on this one too. As auditors, we evaluate the controls that are in place, but we know that while Gile may be instrumental in applying those controls or overseeing those controls, it really comes right back into your lap. The select board, those charged with governance, are ultimately responsible for assessing risk and determining that the controls are adequate to address those risks and to limit them to a reasonable amount of risk to protect the town from any sort of fraud or misuse of funds. I have seen, unfortunately, some communities where even though they thought they had some pretty good controls, they still had some pretty serious losses. And it did not reflect well, of course, on the communities or the entities where that happened. That's why, while auditors can come in once a year and do some testing and kind of evaluate the controls, that's part of your due diligence as you consider whether the controls are appropriate. But that certainly, while it may help limit your risk, it doesn't get rid of the risk. What board members need to be able to do is to understand, and that takes some time, I realize, but begin to understand what the risks are, what the controls are that are addressing them, how they're being implemented, and whether you see any need to change.
Thank you. So do you have any recommendations as a board for things that we should be implementing that aren't in place currently?
I don't. Bonnie's been closer to it this year than I have. And we did not, and usually we would address things that we see that are obvious weaknesses and or might lead to problems. We call those control deficiencies, and then we grade them as to whether they're a relatively low risk or what we might call a significant deficiency. Or the big ones, of course, are what we would call material weaknesses. And we did report that we did not identify any material weaknesses. So in that sense, we didn't have recommendations for improvements. But one of the recommendations I think I was trying to get at as I talked about this was that it doesn't hurt for the board or a committee of the board to get more involved in understanding what the risks and controls are. And that doesn't have to be through a formal board meeting, but perhaps through some sort of individual effort or study of what actually is happening.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Any other questions?
I saw Bonnie turn her mic off, on, so I don't know if she's commenting.
Bonnie, did you? No, it's off again. So, okay.
Maybe not.
Okay, well, thank you guys for joining us this evening. Thank you, John. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Gile, for working with them so diligently and following through on that. I'm not sure if there's anything else you want to add before you go.
I think we're good. And once again, thanks for getting us down here. And that is a good thing to do. And if anything does come up during the year where you would like to consult us, we're certainly available to you throughout the year, either Bonnie or myself. And that doesn't have to be through Gile or even through management. Certainly can be direct from the board to the auditors. We primarily work for you, although we spend much more time with them.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the offer. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thanks.
Good night.
All right. Well, I want to do a shout out and thank Gile and her team, as always, Donna and Flo. And I think that that answers a question when the auditors say that, we as a board, they don't have any recommendations for us other than delving more deeply into reaching out to you when we have specific questions, which is good. So I think that we're in pretty good financial shape. And I know that Gail always has an open door. If there are questions that come in, you want to delve in more deeply other than asking questions over email, that she can show you those documents. So I think that communication is there, which is great. And again, thank you for, again, this year, getting us through that process so quickly, making sure it was done, answering any questions, as they stated, having all the documents ready when they asked. It just makes everything flow smoothly. And I know, hearing once in a while a little tidbit from staff members about, oh, I got to have this process and procedure. Well, this makes it all pay off, both for you and for us and the town, that everything is there in order. So it may be tedious going through the process, but having those steps in place is essential. So I want to thank you and your team for doing that and making it so easy for us, but also encourage us as a board to reach out to Gale with our specific questions. Thank you. All right, I think that brings us to the break.
We need a motion.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead. If you want to do it.
I move that we accept the independent auditor's report on the fiscal year ending, is that FYE? Fiscal year ending 2021 draft financial statements as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
From Joe, any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go Dennis and then to Kim.
Thank you.
Oh, go, sorry.
Can we amend to the follow-up, just include the follow-up on the questions that are about the who in that?
I think it would need to be two separate motions. We need to have a clean motion about accepting this or not accepting it, and then a separate motion on any sort of other things that you guys need. That's just the way the auditors work, is they need to have a yes or no answer on accepting the audit.
Further question, do we need to move either of that or to just follow-up happen?
I would love to hear just a little bit of clarity, but I don't think you need to make a motion on follow-up, just so that way I kind of know what everybody's talking about.
Good.
And
So it sounds like you just want to find out whether we either didn't apply for, were denied, or had some funding reduced because of the welcoming Hartford ordinance. Is that right?
And hopefully to confirm that we're in compliance,
Okay.
whatever that
And-
is, I don't
And
know.
to confirm that we're in compliance with the federal law.
So hold up, we need just a clean yes or no on accepting the audit report.
Yeah, I
And you
know.
guys have
I
a
was-
live motion on the floor, so.
Alright.
yeah, you make
I need
me
to
feel a
be-
little
Wait, well, Kim was going to go next, so we'll go to Kim and then we'll go to Joe.
Well, I'm not sure, does it make sense to have that discussion around the unassigned fund balance now or on the 7th? Just in terms of some, like, not philosophical, overarching consideration.
I am literally waiting just to hear a motion on whether or not we're accepting the draft audit report. And then-
Okay, so then if that's not the time to have that.
And then there's a secondary conversation that y'all can have, but
Okay.
I'm just feeling a little nervous that we've got a live
Right.
motion on the
Mr.
floor
Chairman.
just to accept it or not.
Joe's going to be next and then we're going to come to you.
The audit we can accept. The other information outside of that, we can gather. But I think the audit is clear and it's fine. But the information gathering outside of that, I think is what, so since I seconded the motion, I just wanted to make that clear.
Lynn,
Just move the motion.
so what?
Move the motion.
It's already moved.
Yeah, it's been moved. We just had
So-
questions and discussion, which you're answering, which we're now doing. So I think that's over. So now we will call the question. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, I do believe. Okay, great, thank you. And so I think, as Joe said, and other people chimed in, I think we do need to answer those couple questions that Dennis had. And I think on maybe the 7th, Kim, that's a good time to have that question about the unassigned fund balance and how that might work into things after we hear the rest of the presentations from the committees.
Did you have something else, Lanny?
No,
Oh,
it's all said.
I'm glad that Kim asked about the unassigned thing. I'll be waiting to hear more about that too.
Well, I would just comment that, because basically when I was looking at the budget books, it's this equivalent of, and Gil can correct me if I'm wrong, it's like the equivalent of looking at a profit and loss statement compared to not including the balance sheet and all those other, the assets and liabilities. And so at first glance, I'm like, oh my gosh, we had $3 million more than we were supposed to, but we don't, right? Is that a fair assessment?
Last week.
Please.
So just for points of clarification to begin with, your budget books that you have, that column, the 21 column was pre-audit. So those numbers did change a little, not
Yes.
significantly. So I just want to make sure the reference keeps going back to that column. So I want to make sure everybody realizes it was pre-audit. And then on August 17th, I came and I gave you a pre-audit presentation, which I have to let you know, I was only $19,000 off over the entire town. So I feel very confident with the numbers that I provided you. The numbers that are in your books, I believe, are good numbers for you to utilize, but I can see where you're looking at it going, oh my goodness, you know, we have all that extra, but we really don't. And when we talk about the government fund, it's not just the general fund, as John and Bonnie mentioned. It's the TIF fund, you know, it's the capital fund, it's Parks and Recreation. There's many different pieces that go along with it. So you are correct. It encompasses many different funds.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Is lot money in that too?
It is, correct. And then ultimately, if any of the enterprise funds were to have a deficit, the general fund is responsible to cover that as well.
Lenny, go ahead.
Do we have a history by chance of needing to cover those funds by the unassigned funds? As far as there's a deficit in any of the enterprise funds, is there any history of that?
I'm not good at that one.
There has not since I've been here. So for 5 years, there has not. The general fund does supplement the solid waste fund or Fund 30 on an annual basis. However, at the end of the year, since I've been here, at the end of the fiscal year, the general fund has not been responsible to cover any additional deficit for that, for any enterprise fund.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Before we go on break, can we just reiterate kind of pending things for me so I don't forget something? I think I'm hearing that we're going to talk about the unassigned fund balance on the 7th, because that is all with you all. And I believe it does have to go to the voters. Am I getting tired here on week 8 of this? No, it does have to go to the voters. So we'll need to have a very frank conversation about the unassigned fund balance and its use. And then we're going to get some more information on the welcoming Hartford ordinance specifically. I mean, I think we have no memory of not applying to grants because of it. Have we lost a grant? I'm sorry, Dennis, you'll have to help me remember.
I think so.
I think that's what he's looking for, right?
Can you help me remember, Dennis? Can you say it
The
again?
questions I wrote earlier are basically what I was wondering.
Okay, and then was there a temperature on additional legal opinion or me reaching out on additional legal opinion?
Yes.
That's
Yes,
money,
please.
so I want to just
Yeah,
make
I think
sure.
we should. I think it should, based on our limited non-lawyer minds, it should be pretty cut and dry and easy just to say that has changed since those orders have been revoked, but that will then clear it up for the next time we go to the auditor so that it's not, so it's not an issue anymore, hopefully.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you all for helping.
All right, so let's meet back here at 8 o'clock. We'll take a short little break. So it's about 7 or 8 minutes. Yep. Okay. So we'll end break and come back into session at 8:02. And we will do the financial updates. So when you are ready.
Hi, everybody. It's me again. On a quarterly basis, it's my responsibility to report to the board on the financial statements. On a monthly basis, I meet with the town manager and the department heads. And although the auditors just said some really nice things about me, and so did some of you, it may make you upset, but I would like to speak with you from my position as the finance director. It's my responsibility to provide you accurate, transparent, user-friendly financials that are comfortable reading for all financial literacy. And that's something that I take a lot of pride in. It's my understanding that there may be some heartburn with some of you with the type of format that I provide. It does take quite a while to put the financials together, which I'm very happy to do and I'm very proud to do. However, every time I come to the board, I'm being asked to do something different and it's perfectly fine. However, at the end of the day, it's not okay. I'm very challenged and I'm getting very frustrated because I do take a lot of pride in providing accurate, transparent, user-friendly, not only for you as a board, but for the public that watches as well. Trying to find that happy medium of comfortable financial literacy, providing everything. So I need your help. I need your help to come up with a format that all of you can decide and agree upon. So when I do my next presentation, that I honestly don't hear you provided too much information. You're confusing me. You didn't provide enough information. Don't give me the delinquent taxes. But how are we doing on taxes? What's the local option tax? So I won't beat a dead horse, but I have to let you know that I'm very frustrated and I'm very challenged because I feel like I'm trying to do the best that I can. But every time I do a presentation, it comes back saying, I don't want this, I don't want that. And we really need to have a standard format that's going to be user-friendly, again, in comfortable reading literacy for everybody, not only for you as a board, but for the public. So thank you for letting me get that off my chest. And my next presentation will be the end of January, the beginning of February. So I'm hopeful between now and then that all of you could come together, if you could please, and help me with that. So we can have a format that we all can agree upon and work towards until March, when if and the board changes again, but at least for a few times we can get it correctly. And I just would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Gile, can I ask a clarifying question on that, please?
Sure.
So do you have some like templates in place that you could say, would you like this option or this option? Or can you compile for us a list of questions that would you like these types of information included, just so that will give us a starting point to sort of look at the overall picture based on your side of what you're looking for guidance from us? Does that make sense?
I certainly can do that. I have a few different formats that we've used, and none of them have seemed to make anybody happy. However, from my perspective and in my previous life doing this as well, it's really important for the board to have the balcony view. And so I understand that sometimes, I do provide some of the detail that goes along with it. I don't give you every single detail. It's 90 pages long. I really doubt, that's just for one fun. I'm sure you don't want to look at it. So I think for the board, it's about where we're at on our glide path and how are we doing. All of you know, if there's something big going on, it's already come to you. It's come through the town manager's report, or you're voting on it. There's no large amount of money that's being used without you knowing about it. I also have no problem coming back to you, as I have a couple times, saying you made a decision you shouldn't have, we need to fix it. So looking at the big picture, I would be very happy if I could give you 1 page per fund. This is where we're at. This is what's going on. I do believe that the delinquent tax fund information is very important. I believe that all of you should be aware of what's going on with that. It's more than ever, just with the past 18 months. It's really important that we're aware of that. The local option tax, I believe, is very valuable information, especially when you're making decisions and you're having discussions, I'm sure, during the budget. Are you going to use it? Are you not going to use it? So I would think for the general fund, you could get 2 to 3 pages max, if that. And for the rest of the fund, you should just get a summary page. And if you have questions about it, you see the manifest every board meeting, you know what's being spent. And again, if there are contracts that are being assigned, any huge projects are going on, you know about them. And I know trust goes a long ways, but if there is something that's going on that's keeping me up at night, I believe that you all should know me well enough. I will be keeping you up at night as well, because I'm not going to stay up by myself. So that's kind of where I'm going with it, is, you know, more simplified, direct, where we're at for a glide path. And if you have those questions during when you have the manifest or when you're making those decisions for bigger projects, that's really the time for those discussions.
Thank you. Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I resemble some of this frustration I think you've had, because I'm probably guilty of some of this. I'll just put it out there. I like the dumbed down version. It's just easier for me to follow. And like you say, a lot of the details we're usually a lot are aware of. So if I love what Dan suggested of having option A, B, or C of the different formats to have this. And so we could pick that and perhaps vote on it or something. But in short, I prefer the dumbed down version, but thank you. And I'm never unhappy with Gile. That's whatever you do, I'm so impressed and grateful for. So it's never been a reflection on you.
And I agree with Dennis, and I hope you know that. But to a certain extent, I want to defend my colleagues, Dennis and Kim. I've had this discussion, Lanny as well. You know, questions are asked because we're just trying to understand, you know, and sometimes when they ask questions, it helps me in particular. And the one thing I don't want you to think of is that it is an indictment on you. It isn't, and I think I can speak for everyone. It is not an indictment. It is just a sense that we are trying to shepherd this town to a certain point as much as we can, and we ask them questions simply for curiosity to do the best job that we can. So, but by the same token, you know, we want to do it so you're not, you know, doing more work than you necessarily have to. And I have to agree with my colleague as well, Dennis, and that if you give us some options, we'll pick one and then go for it. We'll probably still ask questions, but we'll pick one and go forward from there. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And again, you know, I want to reiterate, it's not about the questions that are being asked. It's when I provide the format, it's more of the complaining that I get, that it's too much information or it's not enough information. And so me trying to make sure that I, again, provide the accurate, transparent, user-friendly format, and making sure that I encompasses everybody's financial literacy, because I got it all up here, but trying to get it out to make sure that everybody understands. That's kind of like where I'm at. I love the questions, and I would want to be able to have the dialogue and have the questions and not focus on, oh my goodness, that column's too big, that's too small, so forth like that. I want to have those meaningful conversations.
One of the things that we're all working on, and I know that you've all heard me say this, is, you know, we don't have a lot of modern systems. So, you know, when we're putting reports together, like, you know, I know that Gail's hand tabulating sometimes the percent change. It doesn't just automatically pop up. The columns are funky. We're copying and pasting things. It's not copying and pasting correctly. And it's something that I'm trying to chip away at. It's something that the department directors are trying to chip away at, is how can we get away from these labor intensive manual processes that in the end cost us time and money to have people doing. And so to create a format and a template and be able to just put those numbers in rather than kind of tweaking it every time means that, you know, we can spend more time on the other things that we have going on if it's less of a big lift for those three folks in finance that lift a lot every day. That's just where we're going from.
Laney had his hand up first.
Thank you. One of the things that I've asked this before is that I really like to follow along with the budgets, and I like to follow along with the numbers. And for me, the easiest way to do that is in its Excel format, because that's the only program that I have that's able to process that stuff. I'm not, and you guys work in MuniSmart, and I understand that. Some things don't translate over between the two in the best manner, but if there's a way in your presentation scale that you do to us could be put into an Excel format that we could follow. I mean, that's easy to do calculations in Excel. That's what I was looking for, something that's kind of user friendly, that we can take a copy of that and manipulate that to see on our own time where things might be coming to, I guess, saving the town some money, just so I can follow along with that. And I'm not sure if that's something that you're able to do, or if it's too much of an inconvenience for you.
I would be concerned with providing it in the Excel format, as it does go out to the community, and maybe not every community member would have the ability to put it in Excel.
It could also be put in it from Excel into a PDF format, so they, you know.
And I appreciate that, and I do understand that utilizing it in Excel, it has a lot of perks. I'm trying to present financial statements that are user friendly to all financial literacy
I understand.
levels.
You're never
So-
going to please anybody.
No, I understand that.
too.
So
You're doing a great job.
again, I can provide some options, and the board can certainly, I'm not sure as if the Excel one would be the best choice, but we certainly we can do that. I can see what it looks like.
It's just a program that a lot of people have, part of Microsoft Office, so a lot of people have that.
Would you say, just, and I know this is a big question, but generally overall, is MuniSmart the best program for the town of Hartford, in your opinion?
It's very accurate and it works very well. There are some downsides to it. In my professional experience, I mean, I've been doing this for more years than I would like to admit to. It is a very good software, and it provides very nice reports. However, those reports are for financial people who do financial things every day. It's not meant for non-financial users.
So, and there's no just feature of a quarterly report, or if it is, it's not financially on our level.
Well, what I gave to you in this report, I mean, you have this quarter, that is a standard report, and it's from last year to this year, because the question was always asked, how are we doing last year? So what I did in the report this time is I manually went in and added the percentages, put them in there, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the glide path. We're talking about where we should be. So the report that you have in this, again, in this presentation, is the most simple report that there is. And it talks about your current balances. I do know that it has the month-to-date column, and I can't take that. So, you know, the biggest focus is what the budget is, what we've utilized to date, and then I added the percentage into it. So to answer your question, I like MuniSmart. It does have some quirks, but I haven't run into any software that doesn't yet. So
great, thank you.
Well, okay, thanks.
All righty. So with that being said, is everybody okay if we just do the summary pages? for the funds. And unless you have a question, we'll just do them. With the exception of Fund 10, I'm going to talk a little bit more because we have a couple things. So again, tonight I'm presenting your first quarter financials. That period that's covered is from July 1st through September 30th. The expected target and glide path of expenditures at this point in time at the end of 9/30 was 25%. And as you can see up on the screen, I have to year to date as of 9/30. So for 2022, we've utilized 4,382,000 and some change of expenses, which puts us at 24.85%. We are within the glide path, so I have no concerns there. I did also put on there the amount from last year. For 2021, where we were at 24.93. So everybody's doing a great job. The first quarter of any fiscal year is very challenging, especially when you're waiting for your tax bills to go out, and your tax bills go out and then you're waiting for the money. We also, not just us, but all municipalities, most of us have bond payments that are due during that time frame. There's a lot of front-loaded capital that goes during that time frame. So for us to be on track in the first quarter, I'm very happy because we do have so many things going on. It's so robust, and a lot of projects being completed. So I don't have any concerns with the appropriations piece of it. The revenue piece of it, we're budgeted 17,640,000 and some change. We're currently at 15,039,000. I want to remind everybody that we do this on accrual accounting, and we don't physically have received all of that. When we mail out our tax bills, it automatically hits the revenue account. So the alternative that we can always talk about when we start a new fiscal year is if you would like the tax amount broken down by month, we could do that. So you could see the amount that it is per month. But what happens is when we send the bills out in July, one amount hits. So any questions on the revenue or the appropriations before I move down?
So, thank you. Does that, so that 15 million amount, does that equate to that's the total of the tax bills, but not all the revenue because of not all the services and fees?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Yep. Thank you.
So moving on to delinquent taxes at the bottom of the page, I did put in here 3 years for you, 2019 to 2020. Excuse me, to 2021. And one of the things that we've talked about before, and I just want to point out again, is we talk about, are we going further behind in the current year that we're in, or are we doing okay? So what we rolled over for delinquent taxes in 2021 was 316,000. That's what we're down to, versus in 2020 we were at 337,000. So the amount's going down, but there's still the concern there overall, because it did it encumbrances all of the prior years plus the 2021. It did make it go up. So even though, prior year, a long time ago, if those are going down, it's the current year going down. So there's those moving pieces that we need to talk about, and we'll continue to talk about them. And we got sidetracked at the beginning. I just wanted to talk about some programs, and this is the perfect time for me to talk about it, since we're talking about delinquent taxes. I've been working with the Public Service Board and asking them what type of programs that are available out there for our residents. Last year, the town participated in 2 different programs with the Public Service Board that allowed residents who were tenants, which means that they rent properties. There also is a program for residents who own properties to receive assistance with their wastewater and their water billing. So we still have residents that are struggling. They're struggling with many different facets in their life. And so I reached out to the Public Service Board, and I'm sorry to go off track, but it's just really important that I share this. And there are 2 programs that they have expired, but there are 2 programs that are coming up that we will be putting flyers together, and I'll be asking everybody to help share this information. Right now, I've asked my staff to put it on the water billing that will be going out. So it'll go out on the regular bills, the late bills, and the shut off bills. So the 2 programs, one is VHFA, and they're going to be offering a program to property owners to assist them with their fuel, their utilities, their property taxes, and their mortgage payments. There is a pre-screening tool that's available online right now that they can determine whether or not that they're eligible. The funding will be available by the end of this fiscal year. The other program is the Economic Services Division, which is through the state of Vermont. And they have 3 programs, excuse me, 3 programs that are available as well. Energy, water, and fuel assistance. And their website and their will be also on our water billing that we'll be sending out. So want everybody to be aware that we are working on it. My department sees a lot of the firsthand needs that come to the community that come and they're struggling. And we work with the town manager's office as well. So took it upon myself to reach out and I said, hey, Public Service Board, is there any other funding sources out there? So more information to come on this, but I just want to let everybody know. And if anybody's listening, feel free to reach out to the finance office. We can give you the website information and it will be on the water bills. And as soon as we have flyers, actual flyers, we'll get them out to everybody. I haven't determined if we're going to mail them. We'll put them on social media, how we'll get them out. But it's really important that everybody knows that there is help out there and we're working on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did I hear you say the fiscal year that the funds would be available to folks? So next June or?
They will be available by the end of this calendar year.
The calendar year,
They
so
will be
by the end of
available.
December.
That's correct.
Okay, so I was afraid that the assistant would be too late, but that's good news. Thank you.
They will be, the program will be available by the end of everything will be up and available. And then they'll start dispersing the funds for the VHFA one. They will disperse them in January. However, the pre-screening tool is available online now, which will help each individual realize, excuse me, if they are eligible for that funding. Well, may or may not be a bargaining tool when they're working with your utility company or their rent mortgage company, etc., or have to come in and talk with Lana and Tracy about their taxes. There are those options that are available.
Gail, question, you may not know the answer for this. I'm going to ask you anyways. Do you know of the delinquent taxes that are out there? How many individuals actually have a plan with your department of town for a repayment plan? Or do you have people that are simply ignoring it? I mean, you must have a certain number of people that have a payment plan set up.
You mean, yeah, but clarifying taxes specifically.
Right, correctly, for
Property
like, for
taxes.
purposes of, yeah, I mean, they're actually trying, that are actually making the effort. That's the
Okay.
question.
Well, everybody does have a payment plan. If they didn't have a payment plan, Lana would be
Less than 20.
Less than 20.
Less than
Lana's saying
20.
less than 20 individuals have a payment plan.
Less than 20. And how many individuals are delinquent taxes?
So this is not something that I have at the tip of my finger because it's something that happens on a very cyclical basis. And Lana manages the process. So I would have to go back and dig up all this data on who, what, when, and how. And I think, did I send out a group? Did we get a question from one of you? And I sent out a list of the last delinquent property tax bill. Let me double check. I think I sent one out recently. The last time we had a report.
want to make sure that we're making the effort to try to reach out to people and help them come up with a plan to be able to repay their delinquent taxes. It's the key, so that we're not like, to use an old term, like dunning them, without saying we're helping you. We'll help you try to figure this out.
We do offer people payment plans. I mean, we have to work within the
Yeah.
constraints of that.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
So Lana said that 105 delinquent letters were mailed out last week.
Okay, thank you.
But it's also the responsibility of the resident to come to see us if they, we mail them the letter, and if they.
Within that 105, you have the 20 to have the payment plan set up. Thank you.
Okay, so going on to the next page. Local option tax. Current balance as of September 30th was $355,427. We have some projects on the left-hand side of this page from FY21 that are waiting to be executed. They have been executed, some of them since this report was prepared. However, taking into consideration the voters approved in 2021 to put funds towards the VHF simulcast repeater. They also went for the 22 budget, the cemetery appropriations, again in the 22 budget, the simulcast lease payment, and then also to establish the climate action reserve. Once those 4 items have been fully executed, the estimated balance at the end would be $177,627. On the right-hand side of the paper, you can see how we did in 2020 and how we did in 21. And November has a 0 in it because we have not received anything yet for November. Any questions on the local option tax? Are there any questions in general for the general fund? Otherwise, we're going to move on to Fund 30. Going once, going twice, gone. Fund 30.
Fun 30. All right, hold on, you guys. I'm gonna do some fancy screen sharing and sound. Kim was very impressed by my screen sharing, I think. Here you go.
Okay, so Fund 30. Fund 30 is the solid waste. Again, we're looking at as of 9/30/2021, and the target that we're looking at for a glide path is 25%. As of 9/30, we have spent $141,888 of the $952,806 budget. So we've used 15%. That shouldn't come too much of a surprise to anybody, given the reduced hours that we have at the solid waste facility. As far as revenue goes, those are standing pretty strong. This does include the $250,000 that was transferred in from the general fund. So even if we were to take that out, they're still holding their own, limping along. They have $375,632 of revenue. Their total budget for the year for revenue is $881. You'll see a significant difference between 2022 and 2021 of $123,648 in 2021 versus the $375 now. That simple difference for that's the transfer from the general fund in. There's not any other significant miracle revenue that's happened. Any questions on Fund 30? Is everybody still awake? I know it's very boring. Everybody good? Okay, going twice. We're going to Fund 50. So Fund 50 is for your White River water. And again, we're looking at a target of 25%. So for 2022, we've currently used 15%. We're at 167,198 for expenses. Versus last year, we were at 569,765. We're at 48%. A lot of that has to do with capital items. I'll remind you again for the enterprise funds, especially Fund 50, all the water funds and the wastewater funds. We have so many projects going on right now. So there's a lot of, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, there's a lot of front end capital items that are happening. So last year at this time, I'm guessing, as of 9:30, we had something else going on for capital. We have bond payments, et cetera. So having that 48% from last year, just says we're at a different point for project wise. Nothing to be concerned about. For revenue, this year, we're as of right now, we're at 34%, 399,000 out of the 1.1 million for it's budgeted for the entire year. Last year, we were at 22%, revenue 256,989. A portion of that has to do with the rate increases that took in place in July.
Question on that. The actual budgeted amount for 2021 was 1.1. Okay, and the revenue at that point was 256. Do you know what the final revenue was from 2021?
You have your audit, and I can't tell you what it is. If you have your audit in front of you, you should be able to find it fairly easily.
Okay, but we came out, you don't know if we came out even or not, right?
There was not a deficit in any of the enterprise funds. If there was a deficit, which would mean that your expenditures were higher than your revenues, then you would have a deficit, and there was no deficit in any of the enterprise funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to Fund 55. This is your Queechee water. I'm sorry, Kim, did you have a question?
No, I'm just giving, in the agenda, it goes 60, then 55, but that's okay.
We can do that. Okay, Fund 55 is, again, it's your Queechee water. Again, we're looking at a target of 25%. For as of 9:30, we've used 34% of the budgeted expenses. We're at 161,985 versus last year, we had used 38% of the expenditures at 164,000. For revenue, we're at 26%. We've billed 123,719,000. Excuse me, yeah, 123,719 versus last year, we were at 25% with a revenue of 107,539. No concerns there. Again, increase has to do with rate increases.
So it's same with the enterprise funds as with the general fund, that some of these are receivables that have not yet been received.
That is correct. So in some of my previous presentations, thank you for bringing that up, Kim. Some of my previous presentations, I did include the receivable amounts on there. So we've billed 123,000 and we have 18,000 in collectible, receivable. But that was kind of in the translation of you're giving me too much, not enough. So very great, good question. Anything on Fund 55 before we move on? Okay, Fund 60. So Fund 60 is your White River wastewater. Again, the target that we're looking at is 25%. And so as of 9:30, we've utilized 14% of the budget. We've expended 293,468 in expenditures versus last year at this time. We had expended 26%, which totaled 488,809. As far as the revenue goes, we have billed 717,000, which is 39%. And the revenue for last year was 427,697, which is 23%. One thing I want to mention, excuse me, about the revenue for this year, it includes some bond, Vermont, what A&R.
The state the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go.
So
Together we can.
yes, for the bigger projects that we have. So that's counted as reimbursements that we receive. So obviously, I didn't want everybody to think that the rates went up that significantly. But you also have the detail of it that I did provide.
That's on that page for you.
So just generally speaking, in the budgeted amount, so basically the rate increases are a consideration for why the revenues are up above previous year, but the budgeted amounts don't seem that much. So were rate increases not something that was considered how do the rate increases, did they impact at all the budgeted amounts? And I realized that we did those budgets, but was it did we approve increasing rates after the budget was established?
Correct. So what happens? I'm sorry. did you
Oh,
want
no,
to
no, go
address
ahead,
it?
go.
So what happens is the budget is put together now, and then you approve those rates the end of May, end of June, and they go into effect July 1st. So that's something to take into consideration when you're putting the budgets together, that if you do need to do a rate increase, you would do it after the fact, which is kind of a backwards situation.
Right.
But you should have a good idea that if you're going to increase a certain fund by however much, that you're going to need to increase the rate. So
Yeah.
keep that
Yeah.
in mind. So even though you're approving the budget's going to the voters ahead of time, and then it gets approved, and then you actually do the rate change before the budget takes effective. Anything on Fund 60 before I move on? And the last one is Fund 65.
Sorry, guys, I'm slowing down a little bit. There we go.
So Fund 65 is your Queechee wastewater. Again, the target is 25%. As of 9:30, we've utilized 34% of the budgeted expenses, which total 445,602 versus last year at this time. We utilized 38%, which totaled 526,000. The revenue, we've billed 25%, which totaled 332,128 versus last year. We had billed 21% which totaled 291,906.
Where do these expenses land on your glide path for this?
So as far as Fund 60, these enterprise funds, as I stated at the beginning, they have a lot of projects going on. So we're front loading a lot of them. Even though our glide path is 25%, we have to give a little bit of room for those capital projects, because at the end of the year, all of those items get moved off from, as Kim refers to it, as the income statement, because that's pretty much what it is for the enterprise funds, and they move to your balance sheet. So if I was to take all of the capital items and all of the debt items off from the budget appropriation to date, they would be well within the threshold of where they need to be.
So you're not concerned about this 34%? Okay.
Not at all.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Gile. Those updates.
Can I ask one more? Just because I'm not sure if it is for, like, if, when we do have the finalized proposed budget, does that come directly out of UniSmart? Like so I was wondering about, this is a pretty basic, but like asking for the title of either Department of Public Works to go in part of the titles of all of the, the summer maintenance, the winter maintenance, just so that like anyone searching for expenses within that department could look for that. It's like, is there a way to manipulate the titles in the sections of the departments, or is it just something I need to use?
I don't know. Yeah, I was saying.
Yeah, you can.
Is that?
I can call it whatever I want to call
Okay,
it.
good. I mean, is it a reasonable request to, when we're looking for Parks and Rec and stuff, like we can usually kind of really hone in on all the items around that department or even the town clerk or whatever, but Public Works is so spread out and there's so many different categories of it that I would find it helpful. And I just think about, like, if I'm not the only one searching these things for.
Right, so what I can offer to you, I can't change the numbers. The numbers have to be there first, because that's how the financial reports all come together. Not only just for the presentation, for running reports, but the actual financial statements are all linked together. So an alternative that I could provide with Tracy's permission is you would still have 311. That's the department name. And then I could put in DPW summer maintenance, but I can't say DPW 311. It doesn't work that way. It would screw up the whole financial thing. So, I mean, you would see it there. So if you were going through the numbers, you'd say 311 DPW, 312, DPW, 321 DPW.
If there's any, I mean, if that's not unreasonable, I would find it useful, and I've been looking at these budgets for a few years, so I just, like, every time I look at something and I find it challenging, I think about, whether it's a member of the community or other select board members, like if they're having as much difficulty as I am in some of the things. So
it's a lot of numbers, I will tell you that.
Yeah, or even maybe like if there were.
So if you did the first number of every GL, of every department, would probably be something that I would offer up to begin with, because we have probably 25,000 GL codes. So I could do, for like the town manager's department, her first GL code is 10-121-101. I could start with that and say town manager, and then you would know anything in 121 belong to the town manager.
I think we could bring it up to
like
maybe
even
segment
like-
2.
Or a key or a table of contents just says, town manager's office, these are all, it's 10-121, 10-120. I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like that would be.
Let's, Gail and I can talk about it over the next few days and whatnot, and figure out what kind of is a nice balance for like my staff, and we're down one and her staff, and they're kind of always cruising, and her and I, and see what is the easiest way to pick up and also make it legible to other folks.
And
absolutely.
Smooth around it.
And just having whether it's, I know this isn't what shows up on the website, but so if there were also just one overarching title that included the calendar year dates for the fiscal year, I think it would help. Because again, I still get thrown off, and I've been doing this for a couple of years. So I think, just people looking at it who aren't familiar with it, that would be super helpful too. Thank you.
Dennis, go ahead.
Thank you. Gail, if we were to do what's being suggested, would that follow through onto the manifest? For why I ask that is, I know that 211 is police. I've been here too long because I'm remembering these numbers. A man with no zero memory. 321, I think, is highway and so forth. But sometimes there's a number I'm not familiar with, so I have to. Past town manager sent me a chart of account, so I'm able to look up the account number to see. But if you were to do that and put 321 highway, or 211 police or something like what's being suggested, would that follow through to the manifest too?
It would be assigned to that specific GO.
Okay, well, that would be, that could be very helpful.
Correct. However, yeah, you know, we're talking about the budget books for at the moment. But as I stated, you know, we have 25,000 accounts. So that would be a discussion, you know, Tracy and I can have and start making that transition. I can appreciate, you know, the different departments and not knowing what they mean. That if that was something that we move forward with, we would all need to agree on some certain acronyms that would be needed, because there are only so many variables that you can stick in a box. So we need to make sure that we agree on the on the acronyms, but we also need to make sure that we don't lose sight of what's the name of the GL is, to make sure that we're reporting correctly.
It sounds like a best option for us right now is to provide a little bit more of a user-friendly chart of accounts, at least for segment 2, so that way you can see that, you know, I manage these codes in the 10 section, or, you know, you see the following 6 codes are assigned to Parks and Rec, even though you see water or whatever, and that might be an easy way for us to lift as we transition towards the end of the calendar year, where, you know, we've got some deadlines, and we're working as diligently as we can on those. So that can be something that we can talk about. And if it's a big lift down the line, slowly bringing that in as staff have time to do that work.
Looks like all the questions. Thank you, Gail.
So I just have one more thing to add, if it's okay. My understanding was that there was some questions at the meeting when public safety presented regarding the property and liability insurance. And I just wanted to speak to that a little bit, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I am in charge of entering the numbers into the budget module. I'm also in charge of creating the requisitions and the purchase orders that you sign off on. I am not in charge of reviewing claims or employment practices, etc. So I just wanted to talk, there was a question about a certain department, maybe their insurance going up a little bit higher than what the actual was. So I just want to say again, the numbers that I gave to you were pre-audit. The other part that goes along with it is I put a spreadsheet together that I keep that tracks where we go each year. And I have to remind you that the policy periods that we have with our insurance company are on a calendar year. So they're constantly crossing fiscal years. The other piece that I want to talk about is the policy is for the entire town. So a portion of the policy gets paid by the general fund and the other portion gets paid by the enterprise funds. So I went back through and I double checked all the numbers. We're right on target. I can see where it causes confusion by department. A few years ago, we switched to having them split out by department. Prior to that, it was all in one GL code, which I am okay switching back to if we wanted to do that for this budget period for the property and liability insurance. I don't recommend that we do that for workman's comp, because it's very important for department heads to know how much it costs for you to have an employee. As far as property and liability insurance, yes, there are some departments that are more expensive than others. But at the end of the day, if there are any lawsuits, you're aware of them. You have executive sessions. If there's any accidents, we lose any, everybody knows about it. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, is that I can appreciate that it's confusing when you see each department, some higher than others. I mean, why would I have to pay for property and liability insurance? I don't have any, I have nothing in my department. So just food for thought when you're going forward, and if it's something that you want to switch going into the 23 budget, so it's less confusion. I have no problem taking that with Tracy's blessing and putting him back into the one GL code for the property and liability insurance. But again, as far as the workman's comp, which didn't come up, I know, but just I prefer that stay in each department because it gives you a true cost of what it is to have an employee. So I hope that
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I'd like them split out as well, I guess, if everything's gonna be, or many things are gonna be split out. But I guess what determines, if it's one policy, they must determine, I mean, they must allocate. So this actually does apply to what is being charged for that property and liability of that department. Correct?
correct. So there's many different pieces. It's not just the property and life. It's not just the property that goes along with it. Each department has employment practices. You as a board have employment practices. We have cybersecurity. Does your department use more site? You know, there's a lot of moving pieces that go along with it, and public safety contains even more confidential information than what I have in my department. So that and given the amount of cybercrime that's going on, the town has really stepped up their policies. We're thankful for VLCT that, you know, they are a carrier and they're constantly looking out for municipalities in different ways that they can protect themselves. So again, I did double check the numbers, and if you look at, I went all the way back to 2019. We did have a huge jump in 2021. It went up 5.4%, and we're just estimating a 2.39% from 22 to 23 overall. So for the town.
Well, sorry. I mean, we're anticipating that increase over the approved amount, but the last actuals we have are 2021, and so the increase is more. I'm not objecting to it. I just, you know, anything that does jump up.
Absolutely, and I can appreciate that very much. I just wanted to reassure you, since I am the one that this is something in the budget that I do and Tracy doesn't. Just want to reassure you that I did go through and double checked all the numbers, and they are where they need to be proportionately between the government funds and the enterprise funds.
If I just want to add one more note in that, I guess that's perfect. That's all good. It's just, I think that when we're only looking at proposed for 2023 compared to approved for 2022, we're not really comparing apples to apples. Like, we're still comparing proposed to proposed in a way. So I think that's why this year in particular, I was like digging back a little further, and it'll just be interesting to see where we land on actuals for 2022, and then we'll keep going from there.
Yeah, and I think that one of the department heads did speak during the public safety meeting that, you know, 2021 was a huge challenge, you know, and being able to execute your budget and not knowing where we were going to be. Each department head took so much caution to make sure that, you know, we made sure we had all of our COVID expenses. We just didn't know, and in the grants that were available and any reimbursements didn't come until we were more than halfway through our fiscal year. So I appreciate you utilizing that column, and that's what you should be doing. And just, it's unfortunate that, you know, 2021 was such a challenging, because it did not accurately reflect what we needed to do. Hence why we had a larger encumbrance amount that we needed to allow our department heads and allow the town to complete those projects that we needed to do.
Thank you.
I bored you all enough? Are we good?
I love this. Good. Thank you, Gail. I think that's it for questions for you. It's great. Thank you. Okay, so that will bring us to commission reports. So why don't we start with Kim, I guess.
Sure. Let me see. We've had a few. I think most recently, because we didn't. It's just basically, I don't have anything from revolving loan fund committee or HBRLF, but with design review and planning commission, there's been extensive discussion around a particular application. You know, zoning regulations were just updated for demolition standards. However, those don't apply to the downtown historical, or to the design review district. And anyway, they've been really struggling with a particular application to demolish a building in that design review district. And it's gotten, I wouldn't say contentious, but it's still been continued, and it's been very challenging and interesting. So I think there's a continuance of that particular application coming forward, but it's been very challenging for both the design review committee, which is advisory to the planning commission, and then to the planning commission as well. I encourage anyone to check it. I think December 1st might be the next one. I'll check, but anyway, some interesting stuff going on there. And I feel like it's been a little while. I may be missing something, but that's sort of the overarching main event for those two.
Great, thanks. Mike?
School board meetings, public presentation on the budget and how they build it, what goes into that. Climate Action Committee, I'll have to follow up. The last meeting was my wife's birthday, so. But I promise a report next time.
I don't have any.
Sure. So, yeah, this was a little while ago, but Resilient Hartford is done with their fall planting since they head into the winter. So they're working on putting some fencing around trees, and they had a really great turnout from the community to plant gills, which are like, my understanding as a layperson is that they're like kind of from an ecological perspective, like mutually reinforcing plants that help with soil enrichment and all those things, which is super cool if you're interested in that. And so now they're really just kind of working on building the soil in the Clifford Park food forest. Emergency Shelter Committee, we're still working on, and I think I'll get the update on Thursday when we have our meeting. We're getting that meeting scheduled, the working session meeting with the planning department and planning commission on RV policy. So that's, I think, going to be near the end of this month, but I'll get the update on that tomorrow. And then H. Corey, we are working on, again, revisiting the strategic plan for racial equity and inclusion, and kind of looking at some of those recommendations. And a small working group thinking about how to forward like a timeline to kind of reintroduce, I guess, those recommendations and figure out how we want to come back to those and implement those at the town level. So at some point in the next month or so, probably after we get through the budget stuff, we can all expect, I think, an update from H. Corey on that.
Thanks, Ellie. Danny?
Sister City Committee met this afternoon for this. They're doing a photo update to Hartford from Sinon, and then they're doing a Hartford to Sinon Sister City logo contest, and they're getting the schools together to try to come up with a logo. I encouraged them to get the private schools as well as the town schools involved, so they get all this, all those kids involved with that, which is good. Then they're talking about bulletin board information for Quechee Gorge Visitor Center, and then they're trying to set up a new high school connection with Sinon BC and the technical school over there as well. So to try to get our kids in our technical school and the regular school here set up with the kids over there, connections there across. So all the good stuff. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lynn. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Conservation Commission met at the beginning of the month. And so they're going to be coming at us with a future agenda to talk about their proposed timber harvest up there. They're still working on that. They're working with the Upper Valley Mountain Bike Group. They had a contract between them, and they've moved to approve that for a 1-year trial. So they're working with them really well. Wait to see what the year brings. They've received a few thank you notes for maintaining the trails up there. It's been suggested to leaf. Some people would like the trails leaf blowed, the leaves blown off the trails, and they're evaluating whether that's a good idea or not. More to come. As we've heard, the tech center has been working up there with making some, chopping up some firewood and dropping trees. And now they're going to put some signs up there so people will be aware of what's going on, what they're doing. And they've applied for a water bottle fill station grant through Green Up Vermont. And I was very pleased to see that. That saves a lot of water bottles. At least one in my last employment had a counter on it that showed how many water bottles were saved, and it quickly grew to like 25,000. So I'm really tickled that they're doing that, and I assume that's for town hall probably. That's it.
Thanks, guys. So the tree of the month for November, it's actually the 3 American Liberty elms in Queechee along the sidewalk at Queechee Falls. And I will be sending you shortly the latest version we have of the tree warden position. So we can look at that. So we're charged with filling that position. So I'll get that to you sometime hopefully by the end of the week. We can look at what's there and if we need to revise it or not. I think that's about it.
I think it's my turn, if I'm not mistaken, for consent
Can I just
agenda.
add one H Corey note?
Yes.
It's very exciting that I attend when I can, still just as a community member, not as an official liaison, but that there have been a couple of students who have attended for quite some time, one of which has just gone off to college this fall. So one of them is still coming, and then another student that was introduced to H Corey through Maggie Ibrahim, the Hartford school district's diversity
Equity
coordinator. Thank you. Anyway, so H Corey may be coming forth to reconsider their constitution to be able to add official student liaisons, because it is a joint school and town board, just like the school board does also have student liaisons. And so that could be very exciting.
And that there will be voting members.
Good. Okay, consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve the payroll ending November 13th, 2021. Approve the meeting minutes of November 2nd, 2021 and November 9th, 2021, and approve the AP manifest of November 12th, 2021 and November 16th, 2021.
Is there a second?
No meeting dates?
I think we already approved them.
Oh, right there, already approved. Sorry about that.
I'll second.
A second from Mike. Any questions or comments? And then we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it is unanimous. Thank you. So that will bring us into for executive session. So if someone would like to make a motion to go to executive session, can you go ahead?
I move that the select board move into executive session for discussion of a contract of an executive search consultant for which premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body at a substantial disadvantage according to VSA 313A1A.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Question or discussion? And then we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So we'll enter into executive session at 9:05 and we're starting. We are done. 24. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ally, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, okay. And now we have a motion to come back into public session, right? Can we do that, or is that sort of assumed? Okay, yeah.
No,
No?
no, Lana's cheat sheet says only out of executive session and then to close the select board meeting, so we don't have to reopen in public session.
Okay, so then, Kim, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that the select board engage, that the town engage the International Association of Chiefs of Police for a nationwide search for our next police chief.
Second?
Second with a friendly amendment, do we want to add the dollar amount or do we not add that?
Is that a confirmed? Up to $30,000?
We can do up to $30,000.
Sounds good. Okay, you okay with that? Okay. Okay, any questions or comments, discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So it is unanimous. Thank you. And now we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Ally, would you second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, hold on.
Ally and Mike, I do believe.
Yes.
Yep.